Oh, we live? Oh, no, I'm not. Go away. Okay. I think we're live. You would think after doing bloody 14, 15 of these things, it would be sort of just like done. Snappy. It's getting better. It's getting easier. How are we all doing? Good to see you all. For those of you that are already in here, Adam. How you doing, my friend? Welcome. Yeah, all is doing well. All is doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. How many times can I say well? Let me turn this music down just a tad. Alrighty. No, go away. Alright. We're here. Artistic Spartan, good evening from New York. Great to have you, Artistic Spartan. It still boggles my mind that we got people from all over the bloody place just sort of tuning in. We're coming live from Adelaide, South Australia. Good to hear it, Adam. Alright, so we'll just ease into this one. Sort of wait for some people to sort of roll in. So, quick reminder. I'm going to have to repeat this over and over again, but that's fine. I'm working on a 3-word character challenge. Right, so Thief, Woodlands, Surprise. And it's for Character Design Quarterly, which is going to be sick. So I've got to do like a whole sort of tutorial for them as well, which is going to be fun. But they give me permission to stream the whole process, which is awesome of them. And yeah, today we're going to be getting into color, which I'm bloody excited about. I've been waiting for this. So we're going to be going out of our comfort zones. We're going to be doing some, I reckon I might actually start. I've not been doing this, which is naughty me. I've not been starting off with warm-ups. So I think a good idea to get into the, into the zone, into the whatever, particularly with environments, which I'm not too comfortable with yet. Keyword yet, we will get there. We're going to do some studies from some of these pure ref references. So if you want to see who these artists are, I think it was in stream 1 as I sort of brought them in. I made sure to mention who these artists are so you can go and get inspired yourself, because this is freaking awesome. All right, I'm really in like simple shape, like the simple shape zone recently. Like I always say that for like character design and that kind of thing, but even just this sort of stuff here, like this is beautiful. Like you go up close and it's just like real simple. I mean, it looks pretty pixelated. Let's give it another example. Like here. Like these are just like strokes, just like that's a bit of blue, that's a bit of orange or like grey. Oh no, it's not. It's a bloody mountain. It's like with a BMX bike, you know? Like these are just like weird rectangular things. Like that's what the kind of vibe I'm feeling for the background. And even the characters, I'd like to maybe not go this far simplified with the colouring, but I think I could do somewhere in between this and what I usually do. Because I think this kind of character fits with that. Maybe even something like this guy here. Something along these lines. I want to skew my stuff more towards this even more simplified, more stylized sort of stuff, which will be really, really fun. Adams, you're in Ohio. How cool. We're hitting the American time zone. Taylor, welcome. Good to see you. Hope the family's doing well. I appreciate it, Taylor. Alrighty. So let's warm up, because that's what I think I was missing last streams, and even last personal sessions as well. So we are working in Photoshop today, and all this stuff you can do in whatever program. Doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. Although there's one particular brush that I want to use in Clip Studio Paint, but doesn't. It is what it is. We can get by. Of course, my pen tablet is not on the correct screen. Oh, let me know about the audio as well. That would be amazing if everyone can hear me, which I can assume I assume you can, because I'm getting replies in chat. Oh, the Oscars are on. Sorry guys, stream over. We're gonna go watch the Oscars. Pff, no, I don't watch the Oscars. I find it. Last year's was the most interesting thing, and that was for about 20 minutes, or like not even 20 minutes, like 20 seconds of what bloody Chris Rock and Will Smith happened. Not for me. But if I have a crossover between my audience and the Oscars, this was very bad timing. But that's fine. Really doesn't matter. We're going to be having some fun anyway. And this is recorded, so everyone can pop back and come check it out later. Okay. I'm really digging this vibe. I wrote this as a note in the last session. Like I'm pretty sure, yeah, I made this when the stream ended. Like I love this real simplified sort of vibe. Again, you zoom in, it's just real simple shapes. The complexity comes with the layers and the texturing. Like that's one thing I found with learning a bit more about environment design and that sort of stuff. Textures are very important, or it's pretty important to getting something feeling more organic and less sterile. So we're going to play with that idea, I think. So I'm just going to do a little study. Where do I want to put this? Yeah, I've got to make there's so many things I want to do with this channel, and this stream. Make like a graphic. You know what? Let's do janky McJank, okay? I'm going to come here, go bam, 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 bam. All right, you guys can't really see that, but that's all right. No, you can now. You can now. We fixed it. It's okay. It's okay. All right, so I've got this, and I'm going to get white. I'm just going to write warm up. Warm up. To make it that much interesting, add the exclamation points. Now I'm going to export that as a PNG. Look at this, inside baseball, desktop, warm up. Then I'm going to drag this into OBS. So then for new people coming in, they're like, what, he's just copying. Whoa. No, I'm learning. Look at that overlay. Shabang. All right, so now we've got context. That is user experience, my friends. And now I've got no brush. Oh, because it's wide. Okay. So I want to keep small with this. I want to work on... Alien, how far along is your tutorial? About as far as you've seen here. And it's due on the 31st of March. So flip the numbers on today's date, at least where I'm at. You guys might be in the 12th. I'm on the 13th of March. Yeah, so got a bit of work to do. Got a bit of work to do, but what I'm starting to do is chip away at projects every day, little by little. And that reduces my stress a lot. Instead of being like, okay, this week gonna finish it all. And this is part of the reason why I stream this as well. So it gives me a real incentive to like chip away at this. And give breaks in between, and like now I'll probably ramp up the work that I'm going to be doing on this. So I might be doing some stuff off stream, particularly for the tutorial. But yeah, hope you're doing well, Alien. Good to see you here. All right, so we're going to knock out some of these now. Nothing better than getting the values right. So let's look at what this person did with their values. I'm just going to be doing a clipping mask, working within this layer, this sort of like rectangle layer, which is fine, just for warm-ups. Was fine anyway. There's nothing wrong with that anyway. And I'm going to use my script. Always like using my little script, so I can, little shout out to my script. No one can get it yet. It's just a thing I've been working on that I'm excited about. It's really, really small, just a little Photoshop script. I've got a hotkey connected to the brightness, and I've changed it from going up and down from 10% to 5%. So it's just Command Q and Command W. Just goes up and down in value, which gives me a little bit more control with my values. I want like a physical, like I imagine this is like a little like dial. If I could do that while I'm painting and have it go like bright and dark, that then becomes like I'm like a DJ working the values. That'll be fun. That's when I would need like the top cam coming down, and we'll be like, if we had just like a big brightness, saturation, just like something here, that would be fun. Then that becomes a performance. But until then, we've got Command Q and Command W going back and forth between our brightness. And I've just got this brush I'm using. I just made this, right? It's literally, because I'm playing around with simplicity more and more lately. So it's literally just that. I just opened up a Photoshop document, created that, and then you go up to edit. And then, what is it? File, edit. It's somewhere in here. Look, this isn't a brush create, but it's literally just like define brush preset. There we go. And then that's that. Nothing special. And then I just play around with the brush settings. Maybe that's a thingy in itself, a stream in itself, playing around with different brushes. Because it's fun. I don't think it's important. I don't think it's something to focus on too much. Let's knock this background down a bit as well. It's too bright. Too bright for me. There we go. It gives us something to work off of. Can judge our values a little bit better. Hey, Frenchie. Welcome back, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty. Row Extra. Been following your work for some time, but it's my first time catching a stream. Hope you're doing well. From Turkey, it's almost 5 a.m. Bloody early morning. Early riser. In Australia, we call that sparrow's fart. Yep, it's sparrow's fart. Welcome. Great to have you. I'm doing well. Really glad you can make the live. Eduardo, welcome. Alien, you planning on eventually selling the script? Yeah, selling, giving it away, depending on how valuable it is. I'm still testing it out. Most likely, don't hold me to this, but it'll probably be just like a pay what you want sort of thing. You can have it for free. Or pay me like $2,000 for it. Whatever you want to do. Completely up to you. Okay. So yeah, the cool thing is, I guess, like you can see it just moving up and down, like up and down, up here. It just saves me from And it's mainly for the blocking stage. All right. No. Got to change the hotkey because I always toggle this, which is quick mask, which I never use and I don't actually know what it does. All right, so we've got our background, which is lighter, which is interesting. So the sky is brighter. I mean, duh, but it's good just to know and think about. And the cool thing is, if I want a particular, like 5% down from a particular gray or something, I can just color pick the gray and then just knock it down like one value. So if I just want this a little bit darker, but I really want those, I'm gonna figure out a way to like get a hardware, I might have to get like some audio equipment or something so I can have like analog turntable-esque kind of thing. That could be fun. That'd be really fun just to play around with from like a coding side of things and just an experimental sort of whatever. Anyway, I'm rambling. Let's get into this. So we've got the foreground here. Now this, I'm being very conscious of this probably not being, this is the final piece that we're looking at here. This is a study. This is probably not the process that this artist went through. They would have done, I'd imagine they could have, right? I don't know, but done a bunch of iterations on this, right? So we're just looking at the final piece. It's not something that we want to be like, okay, this is how we're going to start everything. It's going to come out and look as good as this artist has got, right? Right, so I'm just really trying to simple shapes, not being, but now we've got some depth in here, right? I'm not going to worry about the house just yet. I might even just imagine it's not there, because that's our focal point. And the reason it's the focal point and why it's working is because it's lighter. They've done something cool with the light so that the roof is a brighter value amongst this sort of darker gray. Well, it's grey at the moment because it's this darker value. And that's the pattern I'm starting to see as well. Darker things in the front, in the foreground. So foreground being the thing that's closest to us, middle ground being the middle part of where in the piece, and then the background is sort of like the sky, I guess. Right, it looks like they've used a lot of layer modes potentially to get some cool effects, but we're just worried about the shapes at the moment. Yep. Micah, welcome. Hey Ben, currently working on a piece for your Draw This In. Oh, awesome! I can't wait to see it. I'm getting such a kick out of seeing how other people are sort of interpreting the characters. Those characters are here to stay. I think we're going to do some cool stuff. We might even do my own version of this, but doing like a scene with those characters, and then we do another Draw This In Your style. Because that's fun. Like I'm just going into the hashtag and seeing and people tagging me and whatever is wicked. Throwing it in the Discord. I'm seeing thun guns if they're not here yet. They're showing some of the process and everything, and even people not copying like the same pose. Like there was one. If you just go to the hashtag Ben Eblin draw DY. Draw DTIYS1. Got to figure out better the hashtag for the next one. But yeah, there's like a full pose in like another angle. It's wicked. Really, really cool. Very inspiring. Okay, anyway, back to it. I feel like this is a rambly stream. So hit me up in chat. I want to talk. I want to chat, go back and forth. I'm feeling like a chatty Cathy this morning. Or this afternoon. I've only woken up about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. But it's 12 p.m, don't judge me. Alright, so I'm squinting down, which helps simplify. So this whole thing has to come down in value if I'm trying to get it. And the shapes don't have to be perfect, we just want to get the idea. Dylan. Hi Ben, guess what? I'm making my new show called Hunter Heroes. Hell yeah, Dylan, that's awesome. Very cool, man. Chalkboard. Hi, Ben. What part of Australia are you in? South Australia. So right down the bottom. Apologies if you are Australian and you know where that is. All right. Let me know if the music's too loud as well, if it's too distracting. I would love, oh man, I say this every stream. I want to have my own music on here. I was cranking some Limp Bizkit yesterday. I was going through the gambit of all sorts of stuff because I was finishing off that Bill and Frank stylization. There's so much of it different that I wanted to do with that one, but it came down to just post a thing and do another one later if you want. That's my sort of mentality with this, with the content side of things recently. Oh, awesome, Brizzy. Nice one, Chalkboard. What's your, if you don't mind, so I'm not calling you Chalkboard, or I'll just call you Chalkboard if you've got a name. If not, no stress. No, glad to have you. The more, the merrier, because you guys are keeping me company on this long journey of art and discovery. Oh, maybe we go like, we had a stream where we went really philosophical there for a little while. Chatting about different things while I'm drawing as well is cool. That's why I want to get more guests on. We've got Christian might be popping on to another one as well, that we did like the art companion. It was cool using Magma Studio. I want to figure out if there's a different way to do that. If there's a way sort of like to share the other person's screen while I do it, because I'd like them to feel like they're in their natural habitat when they're drawing. But it's, yeah, just talking about different stuff, and particularly if we're doing just studies and things like that, it's like just good to ramble. At least for me, I enjoy it. So we got the little chimney. We might have mum and dad pop in as well. My mum and dad, not your mum and dad. Oh, your mum and dad might, I don't know. They've been popping in recently, which is lovely. Micah, yeah, I'm trying to put them in a different environment. Kind of a reverse shot to the original. It's still early days. Awesome. I cannot wait to see that. That's going to be really cool. Chalkboard. Duncan, awesome. And thankfully no longer doing chalkboards. Stuck with this name for YouTube. Nah, I feel you, man. It's I regret doing Ben Eblin design on my Instagram, because my background's in sort of like software and like software design and development. And I was going to start posting more of that kind of stuff on there, like ages ago, but I was just like, just do the art stuff. And then that kicked off, and I was like, bugger. Now we've got underscores and all sorts of shit in the name, which is annoying, because I think if you change that, then it messes up all the links to like any past like shares and that kind of thing to my page. So I'm just like, I just leave it. It is what it is. Sebastian seemed to have a hard time keeping my illustrations clean, because when I use the lasso tool, they get too sharp. Any tips? Good question. It really depends on the look that you're going for. I love that clean look. Texture, maybe. Adding texture. What I was mentioning briefly before is something that I've found, particularly with environments, And like these, because if you look at here, this is just a sphere, more or less, right? Well, let's get, I just want to be able to, so yeah, this is just a sphere. This is just another sphere with like a mask. This is guessing, but I'm assuming that's how they did it. And this is just a triangle, more or less, right? Or like this is a triangle here. This is then a rectangle skewed in perspective. And what makes it cool is like these value shifts and these bits of texture and that kind of stuff. So I'd recommend playing around with that, Sebastian. That could be cool, which is what I'm going to try and do. Keep this shape simple to begin with, because then you've got a solid foundation to work with or work within. All right, so if I was going to do this, that's how I just block this in, is just like a shape. I'm not going to do any other masking stuff on this because it's just a study and it's very subtle. Duncan, I'm an ex-Rockstar GTA art. Oh, holy frick. That's awesome, man. Very cool. How was that? Tell me about that, if you can be bothered chatting. I'd love to know. So what sort of stuff did you do? Because I've never worked in a studio before or done anything like that. So that could be, I'm just fascinated like with people's journeys and whatever. And what are you working on at the moment? Sarah, what time is it where you are? It is 12:25 p.m. exactly. Brian, welcome. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. How you doing? Good to see you. Raw Extra, do you prefer adding textures after as an overlay maybe, or textured brushes after? I do like adding textures after. I like to get it looking bland to begin with. Like this is just a study at the moment, so I'm doing a little bit of this texture stuff as I'm going, because it's like a different side of my brain that's working. But when we go back and do this guy, right, you see how this is all just very simple shapes. I want it to look as basic as possible, but have the values in the sort of structure read. And that's the easiest time to change stuff, at least that I've found, because I'm very new to the environment stuff. At least at the moment, that's the easiest time and easiest sort of point to make adjustments. And then it's kind of like the cherry on top, and then it just gets fun adding textures and doing color variations and bits and pieces. And noodling techniques. Yeah, I like making my own brushes. Like if I wanted to make something like this, well, you don't even need a brush for this necessarily. You would just mask this, for example, and then just like throw lines down, right? And I'm sure this person used some sort of like grass brush. Maybe we make some brushes today. That could be fun. Just experiment, because I love playing around with that. And then they're yours. You just sort of, but then you know how to tweak others' brushes as well, because oftentimes, I was listening to Rob Ruppel. I say his name wrong all the time. Rob Ruppel, I think, where he sort of makes all his brushes from scratch. At least that's what he was saying at that point in time on that particular interview. And he makes the shapes. He doesn't have like apologies on the dogs going. I don't know if you can hear that. He makes his brushes sort of as he needs them. Or like if he was doing a new piece, he would like, if he's doing a building, he would make the particular shape of the, like of the windows, or the texture on the building or whatever. And then he would use that as a as shapes throughout, because it's going to be different for each piece, right? Duncan, moved to Australia. The global financial crisis hit and I'm no longer in the games industry. Doing murals. How freaking cool, man. Very, very cool. Digital illustration and fine art now. Awesome. So where are you doing murals? Like for... what comes to mind is like coffee shops or like businesses and that sort of stuff, or like in offices and bits and pieces like that. That's wicked. I want to do more traditional stuff personally. I've been thinking about that more and more. It'll be cool to bring like the digital and traditional things together, like maybe even doing these sort of characters and like these kinds of things like in oils. So it's like a physical thing that I've got, and then I can like create prints and that kind of thing. Just something a little bit different. Flexing a different artistic muscle. Oh, awesome. Oh, you're learning you want to learn like the graphical reduction style at the moment? Me too. You and me both, my friend. You and me both. It's tricky. It's harder than it seems. It seems like the artists like Rob, it looks so simple but so pleasing. It's simple but not easy, if that's a good way to sort of put it. It's simple but not easy, at least what I've found. It'll get easier as time goes on, but we shall learn together. Because it's like, it's so timeless, that style, I think. And then mixing it with other more like rendered finishes and that kind of stuff. And that's cool, you're a 3D modeler as well. Were you doing like characters or environments or a bit of both? That's another thing I'm trying to get into, like play around with, is like the sculpting and that sort of stuff. I haven't done that for a little while, which I want to get back into for sure. So my values are a little bit off here. Mine's feeling a little bit more high key. High key meaning brighter, I guess, for lack of a better word. Whoa. But that's okay. It's the relationships between the values I'm after. Nothing wrong with that. But enough about me, more about you, my friend. This is a chatting. I'm feeling chatty today, so go for it. Yeah, like, what resources have you been using to, like, Rob's kind of like my North Star at the moment, stylistically. One thing, off topic, kind of not off topic, but like I can see the stream on this monitor here. It is very helpful to actually see a smaller version of what I'm working on. I could just do this and make it really small, but it's not as engaging for stream. So I'm almost like, I can look at the other monitor completely and just like fix up these values. Like this whole section needs to be a bit darker. And one thing I have felt that's been helping me in the beginning, and why it was a reason why I made this little script as well, to keep it to more like just blocks of values and color, at least to begin with. Composition is something that I want to learn a lot more about, and just doing it in these sort of blocks is, I think, going to be helpful. Now, I could cheat a little bit. It's not cheating. I might do a sneaky little multiply layer. Don't tell anyone. and just like knock all this in a little bit more. And then lighten that up just a tad. Yep, there we go. That'll do. Juan Lopez, welcome. How do masks work? I never learned how to use them, but it seems really useful. Any tips? Tangent time. Here is a shape, right? We fill it in with whatever color. Let's just do like a black circle or like a gray circle. Now I'm going to add a mask here. Okay, so mask, you can do it 3 different ways. Okay, there's 3 different ways that I like to use this masking technique. First technique is pressing this little button down here, which is mask, which adds it on top of that layer. So then all you got to think of is black means remove, white means add, right? So black, I've got the black color here, and then I paint on this mask. It removes stuff, right? If I want it back, I change to white, and then it brings it all back, but it still keeps that shape, which is really cool, right? So that's one way of doing it. Version 2. If you want to do kind of the inverse of this, I guess it might be the inverse. There's something called a clipping mask. So if I just want to work within this shape, but I don't want to touch that shape at all, but I want to add different like variations, I do something called a clipping mask. So you can either right click and go create clipping mask here, or you just hold down Alt and click between this layer. And then any shape that I do, right, is going to attach and be within that lower layer, right? The cool thing is this is a less destructive way of working because I can just remove that and I've still got that circle underneath. And you can mix and match both of these as well. You can do masks on that layer that I just had. You can add a mask on here to then remove bits and pieces, which is still a clipping mask within that layer. You can go mask inception, right? You can go clipping mask inception, but that's another way. There's also something called, what does Photoshop call this? Alpha locking, right? A little bit more of a destructive way of working, but if you're just doing quick stuff, that can work. Let's do it in context here. So let's say I wanted to work on this shape, just within this shape, right here. And it's just like a flat value, okay? Which I quite like how that's just like cleaned it all up. But I want to add a little bit of variation in here. We'll choose Alpha Lock, right? Which locks everything. We're still working on that original layer, but nothing is going to go outside of that, right? So we can add shadows here if we got like clouds coming over. We want it to like, those clouds would be very low, or something's occluding it, or we just want to add a little bit of texture on top. This is very destructive though, so it is going to affect this layer that you're working on, right? But it's going to keep within that shape, right? So say for example I want to add in this shadow that the reference is here onto this shape. What I'll do, there's no one right way of doing this, but this is what I might do. I might just create a clipping mask. So it's going to use this shape underneath here. And then I know that this is going to keep within that shape, but it gives me freedom to change that shadow shape there. I could add a completely different shadow shape. Maybe some trees are sort of casting a shadow or something. Right, you can do all sorts of stuff, but it gives you a little bit more freedom, and you can add like color layer modes, like multiply and whatever. Right, so that's like an ultra quick crash course on how I use masks. There's probably a bunch of other different ways of doing it, but that's really most of what I'm using. Hope that makes sense. Ruan, I hope I've pronounce that. Do you have a Discord? I do. It's in the description. Awesome, man. Awesome, Duncan. I'll check it out after stream. Row Extra. I have so many questions, but was trying not to bother. There is no bother. I don't do these streams to be efficient. Put it that way. Right? There's no bother here. This is what it's about. This is fun for me. Ask all the questions, and it's almost better if the questions are coming through, because then there's no like lull, and I'm not just sort of, I might go off and get in the zone depending on what I'm working on. All right. Okay, so we've got a base here to start playing with color. Maybe we've got this weird thing happening here, so all right, so let's have a look at the colors. Let's see what this artist has done. So I'm just going to merge this all down. I'm crazy. One layer. Oh, actually, yeah. Now it's one layer. We're going crazy. Neil Campbell. I have to check him out. Maybe we will check. Actually, I'm curious. I'm curious. This is one of those streams. Neil Campbell. Neil Campbell is an American scientist, apparently, as well. Neil Campbell Ross. Okay, that all. Ooh. Let's have a look. Oh, bloody beautiful. Look at this stuff. Yep. The lasso tool was strong with this one, I'm assuming. I mean, look at that. I love just the illusion that you get. And the beautiful thing about this stuff is, right, this can translate to traditional. This could easily, this could be translated into an oil painting. No problem. Not no problems, but yes, this could be definitely translated to traditional gouache. There's one that I've actually, it's Lembolo 49. Very cool. Go give him a follow. Like even this, like playing with reflections, and then I can see, just learning a little bit more about composition, I can see this leading to the focal point. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. There's one person that I really love, is Ango the Mango, Angela Sung. Like I'm going through a vibrancy phase right now. You'll see a lot more vibrant stuff from me. Like even this, just the simple shapes, right? Texture and simple shapes and vibrancy, right? And Angela does a lot with gouache as well, I think. Yeah, so this is traditional. This is traditional, all real simple. Whoop, accidentally liked it. Happy accident. Like, look at this. Right? I believe this is gouache. So this is like a plein air. They put gouache in here, in the hashtags. Don't know. But yeah, so that's the exciting thing. There's so many artists to learn from. So let's get back into the color realm. Grayscale, no thank you. All right. So what are we working with here? We've got the greens for the grass, of course. We've got that real orange focal point. So that's something to take into consideration with our guys here. Because I would love this to be like a big blue sky. green trees, even a more barren sort of like ground where like all the trees have been chopped. So it might be more like a mustardy, dry, grassy sort of feel to it, which could give some contrast instead of just having it all green. And then this guy, that could inform his color of his overalls, and his shirt might be a warmer color. And then this alien bloke, got no clue what his color is going to be. We'll get there. We'll figure that out. Robert, great to have you. Great to have you back, Robert Santos. Food Dingle, hello. What a name, Food Dingle. All right, so I'm just going to use some color layer modes just to throw in some color. Just as like a quick start. There is a limitation to the color layer modes, because it is just literally the color. It can be annoying to start with. Like you've almost got to try this out a few times to know what you can and can't do with it, because it's too vibrant. You can reduce the saturation, which is cool, but then you kind of lose a little bit of that zhuzh. Alright, so I'm just blocking in things, and we will adjust all this later on. But I think a thing as well is that really makes this look appealing is the color variation. This green in here is different to this green, is different to this green, is different to this green. Like you've almost got very blue greens in the background here, which I can only assume is to sort of help blend in with the sky a little bit. All right, so we need to make that vibrancy sort of kick in a little bit more. But it's almost a little bit too saturated at the moment. We'll fix that. We will fix that. But also this is a warm up, so you don't want to be spending the next 6 hours on this. Masks come in handy, they do. They really, really do. Aha, good to have you, Sugar Beats. Catch you later, Brian. You have a great rest of your day or your evening. Row Extra. Well, mask is actually not hard. Well, you made it look easy. I only use Alpha Lock because I couldn't figure out how masks work. But I'll try it in my next drawing. Fantastic. Yeah, it's just something to get used to, isn't it? It's not super hard. You can't, it's really like how hard you want to make it or how complex, but it's really a means to an end. What are you using it for is really the question you should be asking. Is it going to help your process? Not just using masks for the sake of it. They're just a tool. Eduardo, what is graphical reduction style? Rob Rappel and Neil Campbell Ross, I think. Look at those. That's what it is. And it's fascinating because you almost have to know a lot to then effectively. I think it was Carl Gnas, Carl Gnas, I think is, if it's a silent G, I don't know. He says one of his things he said in one of his interviews was to get simple, you first must get complex. It was in the context of like figure drawing, on how to reduce like figure drawings down and keep them sort of more simple. But you have to, we don't have to, I don't like the whole you have to do this, you have to do that, but you've got to know it quite a bit to simplify effectively. So you're almost simplifying coming from knowledge rather than just simplifying because you only know that much. of what you're simplifying. If that, I'm probably making no sense. I know what I'm talking about. Keep up, everyone. You gotta follow my rambles. But all right, so this is very like vibrant at the moment. So this is where I'd come in with a multiply layer mode, again using clipping mask. And start color picking. Keeping the brightness pretty light. So I almost use the multiply layer mode as like a hybrid color and overlay layer mode. I'm looking at the other screen as well. So we can like knock in and knock back some of these trees, some of these simple shapes, at the same time adding color variation. I love this big tree in the background here as well, so I'll sort of add in a little something. Needs to be a bit darker. See, I'm really not being super careful with my shapes. I'm just trying to understand what's going on here. What's going on? Duncan, have you ever played with heavy paint? I have very briefly. I want to get into that more, particularly for this style. I think that would be really cool. Tiny bit of a learning curve, learning all the tools and stuff in it, but Sugar Beats, your most recent work, 10. I appreciate it, Sugar Beats. Thank you. I haven't tried drawing with my other hand. No. That seems like a YouTube video and some interesting content. I could almost maybe do this. Because this is so simple, I could probably do something similar to this with my other hand. Because it's not so dexterity reliant. Look at these fancy words I'm throwing out there. Alright, I think I've almost got what I needed out of this study. I like the vibrancy here though. So it's not just orange, it's like you got yellow here. Which is where I just come in with a normal layer. And just straight up paint. Skew it more towards the yellows. Bit of yellow in here. And this is something to get used to as well, is seeing color variation. Something that I had to get used to, because I'd just be like, that's orange. It's like an orange roof. But if you actually look, you start looking a little bit closer, you see all the little bits of color variation. And you can get brushes that will give you color variation as well, but I like to understand why, just from a straight up painting perspective. Oh, you sent me a cheat sheet. Hell yeah. Awesome, Duncan. No, not being annoying whatsoever. If you can throw that in the Discord as well, that'll be super. There's like a community resources that people have just been like throwing links and stuff in there. That could be awesome for everyone else to have a play around with. Even like these little panels here. Trying to stay zoomed out. I also love the Ghibli, like Studio Ghibli backgrounds. Those are beautiful. less simplified, but they still have that sort of whimsical look. Like the illusion of light is amazing. All right, I think I might leave that there. That's cool. I just wanted to understand a little bit about the colors, the sort of value structure. Let's do a couple more and then we'll get cracking on our own. The sad thing is, I think I actually might blur the background eventually, like for like a camera effect, sort of how Ryan Lang has here, like it's a little bit blurry. And like even here, but that's okay. Like here, you've even got like a Rob Ruppels process, which I think we can sort of take a lot of inspiration from as well. Oh, I'm itching just to get into it, but no, let's do one more warm up. We'll meet in the middle. Let's have a look at this one. This is beautiful. There's a lot going on here, but if we can simplify this to grayscale, you can see there's some hierarchy happening. It's a little bit muddled, not muddled, but it's a little bit unclear where the trees in the sky are. There's sort of some lost edges, which is cool. It's like a stylistic thing, I'm sure. So let's go grayscale again. Let's go really small with this one. Just tiny. Raw Extract, can you explain a little more about coloring after grayscale? What was the layer for the roof? Did you use that exact color, or how do you choose colors for it? I very rarely like choose colors or have an idea. Like I have an idea of what the maybe local color of the thing is, but then I'll experiment and I'll play. Like that first little thing of just throwing the colors down, that was to give me a base, because colors are very relative. Like a certain red next to a blue is going to look more red than if it was on its own, for example. So I'll explain a little bit here if I can just knock this out fairly quickly. Speed round. And we'll keep it actually really small. All right, I'm just going to get some values in here. Think about background. No, on the wrong layer, of course. We've got sky. Chop off all the trees to begin with, don't worry about them. And that's another thing, working from back to front. So background to the foreground helps a lot. Squinting down, using my script. I'm quite chuffed about this script because it took a little while to make, because Adobe's documentation is shit house. Had to go hunting. Right, so just real simple blocking in of shapes. This can be just one tick lighter, I think. But we're trying to block them in, so that difference doesn't really need to be shown too much. So this is actually going to look pretty abstract, I think, which I'm cool with. I'm not looking for details. So we've got our big focal point tree. And you got a bit of perspective, so these will get smaller as they sort of kick back into the background. Right, so even at this scale, you can start to see things coming together. This is what I really am enjoying about environment stuff, is stuff can come together pretty quickly. I've got to learn this for character design as well. Yeah, just the sky, it's just bam, bam, bam. So simple. I love it. It's so cool. Row Extra, your technique is literally everything I've been struggling. I feel like I'm in class. In a good way, though. I'm glad you said that. In a good way. Because, yeah, I've been in class before. In school. It was not fun. No, I'm glad you're getting a bit out of this. Because this is, yeah, as I've always said, these streams are more, these aren't sort of lessons or anything like that. It's more so like just what I'm discovering, what I'm playing around with. Add some of these lines in here for perspective. Darken this car up a little bit. Got some darker shadows in the foreground, which is cool. Then I might add another layer on top just to add this guy. And this shows perspective as well. So we've got our little, whatever these things are of the power. The Stobie pole, as we say in Australia. What do you guys call this in like America? Like the electric pole or? The electric pole. I almost guarantee you don't call it the electric pole. And this is, excuse me, this is cool as well. How in the background things get less sort of less contrasty. Have any cool animals been around lately? None that I can think of. I've been going on more walks lately. I did see a cool like insect that looked like a leaf yesterday. But no, nothing that I can think of, unfortunately. You're studying animation and we never learn these. What? I guess it depends on what you're actually studying. I mean, if you're doing character design, I wouldn't imagine that you would learn this. This is the thing. This is my thing with like school. You still got to figure this stuff out by yourself. The teacher's not going to hold your hand and show you all of this. You've got to have like a real interest and like thirst for knowledge without sounding wanky. Like, you got to take extra courses. Always be on the lookout for like different artists, different techniques of doing things, but like understanding the reasons why, not just sort of copy it. This is coming from my experience. I didn't go to traditional art school, so I'm kind of figuring this stuff out as I go. Quite relaxing. Like, it's a different part of my brain that's working than character design. I like even some of this stuff here. Like if we just increase the value a little bit, actually decrease the value, and just some of these lines showing that this is a street in perspective, right? Some of these, the texture works to show the viewer what's going on. Right, and then we could even alpha lock. All right, so we're using our tools that we mentioned before, and darken this light pole up a little bit because it's more in the middle to foreground, I guess. And then it's got a lighter side as well, so it's reflecting some of that sunlight. Even some of these telephone poles that I saw there, the Stobie pole wires. Right, so zoomed way out, it's getting there. I need to pump up the darks a little bit. Find those sort of darker accents. We've got something going on here with this part of the house, maybe. And then I think we can just come in just with a little bit of light, knock it down maybe one, a little bit of texture on the trees and whatnot. Oh, this is a relaxing song. And as it sort of goes into the background, it gets a little bit lighter. So maybe I make that just a tick lighter, and then just another tick lighter again. Yeah, this is bloody fun. I'm loving the environments. Feels like this song is that part in like a Disney movie where the main character comes to a realization that what they had all along, they were searching for something that they've had all along. But they've lost it. There's no hope. But maybe there's a bit of hope. I'm actually thinking about coupling songs to my illustrations as well. Like a nice wine. So it's like a different experience rather than just an image when I post them. The background paintings and set design from The Wizard of Oz is very cool. I'm going to use that as a study today. Oh, awesome. Well, I'm catching up the chat. I got in the zone a little bit. Sparse graphical reduction cheat sheet in the Discord. Legend, Duncan. Appreciate it. So yeah, go in the Discord. We've got some resources flying in. Flying in from Brisbane. Magic electric pole. That's what we... Klutzy, hey Ben, how you doing? I'm doing well. Just curious, why did you prefer a triangular color wheel than the square one? Because this triangular color wheel gives me these sliders. Right? Really. I don't use too much of this. I might just from habit, but I'd almost use this circular one more so. Because when I'm doing color, which I'm going to do now, it allows me to adjust and go more towards warm or cool. And this just gives me some, like a different way of thinking rather than just the square color picker. I love leaf bugs. Potato from the Philippines, welcome. Any creatures are cool. Unless they're snakes, they can fuck right off. Row extra. Oh, glad to hear you're enjoying it. Yeah, that's another thing that I saw Rob talk about. He was using the line tool. So I couldn't quite get that to work for me. So I'm assuming he's talking about this line tool. And he's just adding them like this, which makes a lot of sense actually. Which is cool. Like maybe we can play around with that in my character design. Agreed, Duncan. Fail fast. Because I'm spending too long on this, but it's a stream, so what are you gonna do? I'm talking back and forth, and it's taken a little while, but yeah, no, I agree. Doing a lot of them and failing fast is the name of the game, I reckon. Just for getting to a result quickly and learning as fast as we can. All right, blues, clues. So I'm just using the color layer mode here. Right, I want to increase the saturation the higher it gets up in the sky. Why? Because that's what the sky does. It gets more or deeper blue. Now this is super saturated and I love the look of that. Do you ever do art for your mental health, like just paint to get out emotions, or are you just in teacher mode all the time? No, it's the stuff I do off stream, and even this, it's just like, it's my happy place. It's, if I'm having a shit day, it's one of my go-tos to just pop in here and just go for it. Like I didn't stream or didn't do anything in particular for like that last, like the Bill and Frank one. That was just for fun. And that was a very therapeutic-ish sort of one. But I love the fact that I can just sort of, and this is why I'll go quiet just randomly, accidentally, because I go off in my own head. And it's just like I did then, like a micro slip. Yeah, it's just, there's more to it than just doing it. Because I put it this way, I was doing this before. I mean, I started Instagram coming up to maybe like a year and a half, 2 years now. Started posting to Instagram, let's say. For all the years before that, I was doing this for fun. I had no intention of necessarily making it a career, right? I would code or sort of design software all day, which I love. That's very therapeutic for me as well. But then I'd just sit down and draw until whatever AM, you know what I mean? Like until early in the morning. So I find there's a hint of that in most of it that I do. But there are times where it's like quote unquote teacher mode, where I've got to think about how I'm going to explain things in bits and pieces, which is still very new to me. I've got to get better at that. And that was a challenge because I was just in my head for so long, never talking to anyone about what I was thinking. And at the same time in doing that, it shot my progress to the moon, you know, like speed wise as to how I was understanding concepts a lot faster because I had to explain the bloody thing, right? That's why I recommend people start sharing stuff and just talking about you, your personality, what you went through in doing the piece, because you're going to learn more about yourself as well and how you learn. And I find that immensely interesting just from a content side of things as well. And this happened to turn into a business, so it's like a win-win-win. All right, so these colors are feeling a little bit dull. Row extra. About school. Sadly, they don't care about traditional art or cell animation a lot in here. So schools are trying to teach more about 3D animation or motion effects kinds of things. I'd use that to your advantage, to be honest. Again, these tools are just a means to an end. Mix and match them. That could be very cool, like learn some of this stuff on your own time. That's what I want to do. I want to be able to do the full, it's going to take a long time. It's sort of like the full gambit. I want to be able to sculpt my characters, do the backgrounds, animate them, do the effects, video editing. Like it's all, the tools that we've got at our disposal is amazing. They are absolutely amazing. And a lot of them are for free, like Blender. That's freaking cool as to just be able to crack that open and have just like a sandbox for learning. Maybe I'll try this line tool thing. All right, just this is a different. Yeah, see, it would be interesting to get used to, but I like the vibe it's got. Just like really simple. I want to be able to change the size of it, the thickness of it quicker though, because I mean, it's kind of annoying. I don't want to stroke on that. Yeah, it's just like the height and the width. How do I change that fast? It's like a speed thing for me. I just want to get these colors down as fast as possible. And that's why actually the pen tool, the freeform pen tool is a good one as well. Like there. But I want to figure out how to change that color faster, whether it's through a script. Apologies for the pause for dogs. I want to make a script so it actually, does anyone want some Shih Tzus? I'll ship them to you. Because they're doing my head in. But yeah, changing the colors faster, right? So using the pen tool, the freeform pen tool in particular for this more sketchy stuff is going to be really helpful to play more about with, or play about with more. My English is not too good. All right, so now we're just carving these shapes. It's just a pain to go back and like, it's fast with the shape, but it's like, okay, now I want a different color. And it's like, So I've been trying to figure out a script for getting this to work with shapes, but the documentation is just abysmal. And I'm not even sure if it's possible, if they've got like an API, which is basically just something that allows people to hook into different functions to do stuff like this. Like if I wanted to just go here, and then if I just chose a color and go boom, that would be awesome. You can do it through swatches. Oh, where's my swatches panel? It's going to be under this pure ref, isn't it? Yep. So it gives you all the like the previous ones, which could be interesting to make like a color palette up front, but I don't like doing that, at least not yet. So if you do choose this, it like picks it quickly, but it's still, I want to be able to go down. Oh, hold on. We've discovered something. People, well, I've discovered something. You guys might have already known this. So I can go and it adds it to the list. Huh. Interesting. Kind of hacky, but not terrible. So if I wanted this more purpley, I can just go bam. Not great. Not the worst thing in the world. All right. Okay, I see you working Photoshop. I see you working. So then if I grab both of these, then I change the color here. Does it change both of them? Very nice. So then I wonder if there's a script that can just choose. I'm just talking to myself at the moment, my apologies. But this is cool because I've been looking to figure this out for a little while. There's a script that can choose the most recent swatch color and just select that. You would think so, but Photoshop's documentation is no good. Okay, cool. I don't mind that workflow. It's just okay, so we can just press P for speed and brevity. Then if I go I, select the color, puts it there. It's a little bit of back and forth, but it's cool. I don't hate it. All right, back to chat. I'm here, I'm back. Whoa, I've missed a lot, my apologies. RO extra. So like you said, I'm learning interest from the outside. Yeah, good. Sugar Beats, you love snakes. Yeah, look. That's cool. I freaking hate them because they can kill you here in very short order, very quickly. And the annoying thing is, if it's a baby, it can't regulate. Like if you've got like a brown snake that's here, and it's a baby, it can't regulate the amount of venom that it puts out. It doesn't know if it's just like a warning strike, or I want to kill you, and it like wastes all its venom. And baby ones will kill you as well. So yeah, there's that. The cool thing here that I'm finding is we're going reptile talk, we're going art, it's all over the place today. If I want to turn this more on the blue side of things, I can reduce. Oh, actually, my script works. Oh, my Lanta, look at that. Up one tick, down one tick. Okay, so I want blue. And then I want it down another just one little bit. Yeah, cool, that'll do. And then we can we can clipping mask that, come over with the brush, then add our bit of textures to it. Haha. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, look, we've had to play around with this. The colors could be more vibrant, definitely, but we got somewhere with our understanding. Now the session begins. Okay, so let's go to our characters. This is a good time for a break, probably. We've done our warm-ups. I'll get up to date with chat, then I'm going to refill. I mean, I haven't been drinking much of the coffee, so I don't need a refill. Set the line tool to just pixels. I didn't even know you could do that. I'm excited. Give me a moment. Everyone hold everything. I'm assuming it's here. Pixels. Line tool. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. That's the issue. Oh my. This changes everything. This changes everything. And the shortcuts for size. Yes. Oh, this is awesome. Duncan, you are absolute legend. This is sick. Oh, this is so... I can't believe I was doing that manually when I was trying it out. Oh, look at that. And then does my script work? Darker, lighter. Oh, yeah, baby. I'm very easily pleased. So cool. All right, we're using that today. So cool. Appreciate it, my friend. Okay, sir, welcome. Hamza, good to see you. Ben, could you do a color test with one of your reference examples? Show the color picker and select colors that are close to each other and show how subtle the color shifts need to be. Very good idea. So let's see if I can copy this, paste this in here. Look at this. That's a very good point. Right, even just the light, like a good example is the light on these leaves here. All right, we color pick this. We'll go grayscale just for clarity. Look at that, right? You've got this color here and this color there. Right, this gray and this gray are different. Very, very different. But look, you can barely even see the difference between these two, but that's form. That's because it's such a gradual transition. Even making a little transition in between here, you can barely see it. Right? Even, where's another example? Like this light on the house. Right? Maybe not a fantastic example there because it's quite stark. But even here, like just these bits of difference in the texture, they're all in the same sort of family. You squint your eyes, they're kind of similar. right? And that's where you can sort of group these values, and that's why I want to keep it simple to begin with, because you've got like this group of like dark values in here. And this is what I'm thinking about. This group here, and then you've got sort of like the middle ground here, and then you've got the background sort of in the back. Here, right? So that's a big aha moment. A big aha moment for me was there's a reason. Like I see a lot of artists do this, and they say like break up the shapes and break up the values and that kind of thing. But there's like a real reason for it, because then you can play within these areas. Because if I made something super bright here, then that starts to become a focal point, right? If I just put, I don't know, like a circle here, your eye goes to that automatically, right? And now that becomes a focal point. So yeah, good idea, Duncan. Hamza, did you finish your self-portrait? Define finished. I've left it for now. So no, I didn't finish it. Too many tools, I know. Siki, hello, welcome. Clarence, good to see you, my friend. Line to its shape right now, but if you change it to pixels, it work better. Oh, dude, I'm so excited for that. Good morning, Mark. We like hearing them. Well, that makes one of us. Blender stole my mental health. Yeah, 3D programs are awesome. Definitely. Oh, dude, yeah, Duncan, way ahead of you. Or behind you, actually, by looking at the chat. If you ever need to draw something, you should draw the bug you saw. He might make an appearance, maybe. In this one, just like in the corner. That could be fun. Alanamas. What's the difference between lasso and pen tools? So the lasso just makes a selection, and then you can do whatever you want with it. I've got a hotkey to fill it. Well, actually, I've got an action that I've made that I can fill it just to speed things up as well, right? But the main difference is that this isn't editable. This isn't a shape. The pen tool, right? It has two benefits. It automatically fills itself in, and if you want to adjust the shapes, you can adjust them with these handles. If you want to get a little bit more finicky with it, right? So this is a vector shape. So those are the main differences, if that makes sense. Both useful. Victoria, patiently waiting for Ben's draw this in your style. I've already done one, Victoria. I literally did one a few days ago. I don't know if you saw it on Instagram. Roger, going good. Good to see you in here. Baha, welcome. You can't believe it. On Mondays, I wake up at 5 a.m. to attend your lives because the one time you said you were going live on Mondays. Man, that's dedication. I appreciate it. You're an absolute champion. Kind of glad I only missed the warm-up portion, but also bummed that I missed the warm-up portion. That's cool. We're going to be using all the stuff that I'm learning from the warm-up in the main one, so that's cool. Enrique, good to see you. It has been a while. Hope you've been well. I'd love to see your color shift script. I made an action to do that myself. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I made the script and then I connected the script to hotkeys. So there's a little bit of process, but yeah, it's kind of annoying that we got to do all this finicking around with Photoshop, but it gets the job done. Now I'm doing well, Enrique. I'm doing well, but at the moment I'm going to jump on a 5 to 10 minute break to regroup. AKA, I need to use the bathroom. Too much information. But when we get back, we are going to start laying in the values, laying in some color. In the background in particular, we might remove the characters to begin with. I've got some ideas of this. I think we could do some cool like chromatic aberration. If you don't know what that is, give it a little goog to make this look kind of otherworldly. We can do some cool effects there. But I am going to be back in 5 to 10 minutes. And I'm just writing the thingy-majiggy. Be back in 10. All right. That looks like Inio. Let's make the 1 look like a 10, like a 1. Okay. Is that clear? Warm up, be back in 10. All right. I will see you shortly. Duncan, make all the suggestions you want. You saved me hours just with that little pixel tip. Go for it. Blissful welcome. All right, I'll be back. I'll make sure that the music doesn't stop, because I think it might be stopping soon. Where are we at? Oh no, we've got a while. Okay. Toodles. Yoo-hoo. I am back. Let me just add charge to my iPad, because that's how I'm seen the chat. Oh, dude, Duncan, that's sick. Yeah, I literally just discovered the perspective tool the other day. Ooh, that's cool. That's like a nice quick way. A nice quick way of sort of using the skew. Let me try that really quick. Let me try that really quick. So we have a building. Bop, 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 bop. Fill it in. Like a blue color, whatever. And then let's use skew. I've used this for all sorts of other stuff. Never even thought to use it for this. Dude, the efficiency that you're giving me. I appreciate it. Hey everyone. Akala, great to have you. Really appreciate it. Victoria, Ben, you still hate matcha? Yeah, it tastes like absolute asshole. It's like if green tea took a shit, that's what you're drinking. It's horrible. Mind you, I've only made matcha myself, so someone's got to make it for me that knows how to make it. But yeah. Here, Baha, I'll give you that link. What is it? Get more brushes. All right, so that's where you get. Just paste that. It's going to let me paste. Okay. Lotas, hi Ben. How do you do animal face with all the fur compared to a human face, especially if they have stylized fur? I think the key there with most things is simplicity. Not doing every strand. A quick tip would be to look at where the light and the shadow hit. That's where a lot of the texture can be found. Without showing you examples, kind of tricky, but something to think about in the future, I think, because I wanted to start doing more animals and expanding my range. So yeah, we'll have some fun with that in the future. Catch you later, Dylan. Good to have you. All right. Let's change views. Full screen. We're playing the real game now. This isn't warm-up time. All right, so let's nick this off. Let's nick that off. Okay. So, where are all my layers at? Where are we? Could not use because the target does not include all of the composite channels. Okay. Comp values. Let's create another group just for clarity. Nika, welcome. Roger, opinion on the Mario movie. Have not seen it. Don't know if it's out. Should be cool. Am I going to watch it? I don't know. Yeah, I'll show an example when I do an animal. The same thing could be done for hair though. Hair and fur are very similar, like short hair. Okay, so what do we call this layer? We're going to be good, respectful Photoshop users and name our layers. So this is going to be value and color thumbnails. Because this takes a time, but it saves a lot of time as well. Alright, and I might want to keep it pretty painterly in the background. Okay, I reckon that could be the goal. Keep it painterly in the background. Keep it this more reductionist kind of thing. So I delete this, delete my notes. Fixed perspective of axe. Yes, I know I've got to do that. Alright, so let's grab this one. And these guys. Group them so I know what's going on. Duplicate this group. And make it smaller. Because it's thumbnails and we don't want details. These are notes to myself. Because I tend to go too deep into the details. Okay. Remove the foreground elements to begin with. Let's play. Let's knock this background down in value so we can see it. We've got our sketch. Let's add these to their own layer. We've got the little squirrel idea. So I want him to be going like nuts. And about to hit that alien guy, which could save the lumberjack. That's what I was thinking. Like he's going here, like these two are friends. So he's like trying to fight back, which could be funny. Group now. Oh, I want to use all the shape tools, the line tools. Let's have some fun. Duncan, go for it, my friend. There is no class. We're just arting right now. Oh, Fabian. I know. I'm shit. I'm the shittest. Okay. If you know anything about me as one of my friends, replying to messages is not my strong suit because I reply in my head. Also, Fabian, go check out, do us a favor. My friend, I am Fabian Daniel. I am Fabian. Where are you? All one word, I think. There we go. Go subscribe to this gent. He's doing wicked gaming videos. And I may or may not have appeared in a couple of the Fortnite ones as well. So, and in the future. So go check him out. Alrighty. Let's begin. So, we don't have enough variation here. That's what I'm seeing. Catch you later, Sugar Beats. Great to have you. And thank you. I need that reminder. I'm going to take more more breaks. And yeah, Duncan, waiting for that tip. So I want these sort of pine trees to be a little bit darker in value. These hills to have some more value. Maybe it sort of comes out into a flat part where he's actually chopping the logs, which is maybe... See, this is where I'm kind of lost at the moment. It's like, where do I go? We're gonna have to discover this as we go along, I think. So that gives the leading eye a little bit. So this is going to be the lightest. You're welcome, Fabian. I saw your message. I'm replying in different ways. Okay, so let's start adding shapes. I can't wait to try out these techniques. So as the sky gets brighter, sorry, the sky will get darker as it gets higher in the sky, and this very back part can be a little bit lighter, maybe. I don't know how much lighter it can get. Maybe I don't want it that light. Maybe I want to darken everything else down. Let's play with that. We're going to have to play with some of the colors here. So this is going to be blue sky in the back. Then we've got these hills. Maybe we add something to the hills here. Like some indication of like direction that they're sort of rolling in. Maybe some like these little texture bits. This is going to be rough. This isn't going to be the final. It is going to turn into the final. And maybe, just maybe, we add some foreground trees that are a little bit darker to keep the interest. All right, so what we learned with our warm-ups, you got lighter in the background, darker in the foreground. That's a general rule or idea, but it can help maybe frame some of these, like the composition in a way. I don't want it to look too Christmas tree though, so maybe have some different kind of trees in the background maybe, and in the foreground, or like the bushes. Like I can take some maybe inspiration. Where's my colors that I want? That's the one I want. Did anyone ever play? Let me just catch up with chat. Chris. No, I haven't. I've got to check that out. All right, Duncan, here we go. Okay, make a shape with the lasso tool. Go to edit fill, use a pattern, and then go down to scripted patterns and change it to random fill. I'm excited. Let's try this out. So we go to shape. Then we go to edit. Edit, then what? Go to edit fill. I'll make it, hold on. I've made a shape with the lasso tool. Where's my fill? Oh, because I'm not on a layer. There we go. Yeah. Fill. Then you choose what? Pattern. Then go down to scripted patterns and change it to random fill. That's cool. Particularly if I have my own patterns. Sick. No, I love that, man. That's going to help us when we come to more of the final, I think. One thing I've seen here. Thanks again, man. That's awesome. I wonder if we can add in a little tree. It's a little bit more in the foreground. Just to add some depth, you know. So this might actually be darker up here. So then if we overlay our sketch, it just gives it that little bit more rather than just being so flat and bland. Maybe this can be a little bit on the darker side. Now I want to change this whole block of trees up. Alright, so let's even just add some like squiggly bits. To show that he's in woodlands. Then maybe, I wonder, if we duplicate this, offset it. No, this one, no. Offset that, and then make them even just a little bit lighter, so we've got even more depth. So we're just playing at the moment. There's no right or wrong. We can have some fun with like light as well. Maybe some of these clouds are like casting a shadow and all sorts. Do we want to even? I mean, we could go and have some more foreground interest. I mean, there is a lot going on in the foreground, so I don't know if we necessarily want to do this, but I'll try it anyway. Maybe have the trees sort of bending over in the foreground so it frames it a little bit. I don't know if that looks silly or not. So these would be darker for sure. What are you talking about? The move tool? Because no layers are selected. That's what I'm trying to select. Oh, because I'm in Q mode. I mean, that does give more depth. But I think it could be a little bit distracting if we add, here we go, this is an option for a mask, what we were talking about before with masks, just so it masks out the whole thing. Yeah, look, I don't hate that. Don't love it, but I don't hate it at the same time. Let's make this maybe a little bit brighter, just to show it's like gravel or something. Because that's the thing I've got to keep into account as well. I mean, it's looking like something now. I don't hate it. Maybe knock these down a little bit. Knock this one down just, whoa. Yeah, love it, Duncan. That's awesome. Hey, Christian. We got Christian in the chat. Go check out his latest podcast with Obese to Beast. I can't remember his name, but it's a good one. Highly recommend. Akuma13. Ben, how do you draw character and backgrounds? Like, I usually draw character first, but always fail when I have to draw a background and paint them both and make it belong there. That's why I'm doing the background first. Because what that's going to do, at least with painting, like I did the whole concept just as like a sketch to begin with, right? But the reason I want to do the background first is to discover the scene that they're sitting in, and that's going to affect their lighting as well, right? So this guy might have some, like if there's a lot of greenery, there could even be a little bit of reflected light from the sun that's coming up underneath him. Excuse me. And even this guy, he could have some influence in the reflections of his surroundings, and that's going to help them sit in the scene a little bit better as well. I didn't even realize this was a magic stream, Ben. What is even happening? A magic stream? What are you talking about? I can show you a magic trick on stream if you want. Maybe at the end. The freeform pen technique you are using is so gestural. I love it. Yeah, it's great. It's real good to just get marks down fast. Lotus, you crazy. Appreciate you. Mark of art. Yeah. Nah, you're all good, Duncan. You're all good. No need to censor yourself and just go. Talk. Maybe these guys can be a little bit more, I don't know, different shapes of the trees, just playing around with it. Having some fun. Well, the good thing, Mark, you can go back and have a look. You can work with a pattern as just a color as well as it shifts colors. Oh, beautiful. Chamod, how you doing? Welcome. Okay, I might take this idea that I've got, duplicate it, and now I've just got a flat layer. But I would like to have that mask. There we go. Yep. So let's do what we did. Remove this with kind of, I'm really liking the vibrancy of this. It can't be as vibrant as this, I don't think, because it could compete with the focal point of the characters. Because the trees, that really saturated part here is kind of the character of this. So we've just got to be careful about that. At least what I think. Could be an issue, but just something to forward think with. So, excuse me, where are my colors? There we go. All right, I really like this. Like more skewing a little bit towards the greeny side of blue. It's like a really intense sort of blue, and we can always knock it back as we go. Right, so what was the rule? So more intense up the top and a little bit less in the back. Now, because these trees are in the background, I actually want them to take on a little bit of that sky color eventually. It's feeling a little bit Christmas tree. That's okay. I should really get some reference up, hey? We'll just get some local colors in just to play around. Just give us a base. But you notice how this is kind of looking a little bit plain. This is where textures can come in later. And how is this feeling? Yeah, that's about as color, like getting it more colorful, full, more vibrant, more playful even. Lotas, hey Ben, what's your favorite non-conventional animal? Personally, mine's a crested gecko. Can't not love those derpy eyes. I love. You guys seen a bush baby? Those are so freaking cool. Got like so much little like personality. They remind me of like Madagascar. I think it's like Julian. The I like to move it guy. I think that's what they're based off of. I think he's a lemur though. Oh no, his little friend. His little friend is the bush baby, I think. All right, so let's move this. So now this is just a layer, so now I can just start painting. Let's see. Maybe we can play around with some color modes. Or no, let's just try different times of day. Maybe I wanted a little bit more on the sunset-ish, which could create some cool shadows. So if I come to color, get the big airbrush out. Someone mentioned Sam does arts before as well. Clarence. Why was he criticized? People need to like get a hobby or something like. Seriously, I thought his most recent one was fantastic. Like I don't get that at all. But you know what? I hope all the criticism was commented on his post, because that's engagement and that makes the post go better. So it's still the alien for me. That little guy is giving life. Yeah, he looks a little bit too happy, a little bit too chuffed with himself. So this could be interesting, like the sunset coming from the right, but we've still got that blue, so we can have some nice ambient light, like on the ground here, just a tad. Like I'm seriously just like winging this. I don't have too much of an idea of where this is going. That will be alright. then maybe I want to do that indication of those tree stumps that have been cut. Very faint. And they'll get bigger as, so we've got to think about perspective a little bit here as well. Then maybe we even, see I'm thinking about story at the same time. We take some like logs. And it could even be like this simple in the background as well, as long as it's sort of making sense. So then we throw these guys over the top, maybe even scale them down. Something like that. Yeah, I'm feeling it. It's pretty cool. Just got to make it look less sterile. That's the goal now. So maybe we just merge this one down. Get my little long skinny brush here and let's get some reference. Let's get some more reference. So we have to actually, before I do that, I want to think about the light source. So the light's coming from the right side to the left, so this is going to cast some shadows. So there's going to be all little shadows on all these things. Maybe these trees are casting shadows or something. So it could be a shadow cast here maybe. There needs to be some difference, I think, some atmospheric perspective. So see how messy I'm being with this? This is like a very conscious thing, so I'm not getting too precious and not sticking to one idea. So that pushes that back, or like forward, brings this one back. And we can clean this up later. Which is going to make this sky more vibrant. Then we can maybe come over the top with the clouds, play around with this one piece of reference. Like even this is nice, like big cloud shape. I even still want the clouds to be like stylized as well. Just getting somewhere. Then I might actually block these guys in. Actually, I did have them blocked in here, so I can save myself a bit of time. Copy that, come down here, paste that. Make sure it's on top of the clouds. I wonder. Mark, when you first started studying art, what resources did you use, Ben? Was it just tutorials or did you get some books as well? Top recommendations, apart from your Gumroad course, which is wonderful, by the way. Shout out, shameless self-promotion, links in the description. That's a pretty broad question, is because it really depends on what I was trying to study at the time. There's no one size fits all book or course. Yeah, it's really hard to say. There wasn't any one. It was like a hodgepodge of different things that I found. That sort of really helped me out. They all had different, how would you say, uses. I'm thinking I could even collapse all that down. Might even want like a little truck here or something. Just put a shape. So that could be like a secondary story in the background. So you got like a truck here, and then you might even have like a truck in the background being like lifted up from the other aliens that are taking things as well. Just so it just gives that's what I wanted in the initial sketches, is just like a few of these other aliens in the background, so it's like they're doing it. It's their time to harvest us. So yeah, I should really, when I do the cleanup, I'll look at like reference and that kind of thing, but this is just getting ideas at the moment. Akuma Odem, I thought the sky and the midpoint from above would be the light source. I learned something today. Awesome. Yeah, Aaron Blaze, I was actually watching one of his videos last night. It is fantastic. Thun Guns. What's happening? Yep. Chalkboard, Duncan. Take what's useful, discard the rest. 100%. Yeah, that's a really, really good point, because you could, at least for me, I got caught up thinking that there was one right way to do something. There isn't. There really, really isn't. How do you like that painterly process? It was fun. It was, if you talking about the last post that I did, it was good fun. I want to do more of that. Change it up. Maybe do a hybrid between the more painterly and the more rendered. Now let's play around with the colors of these guys. Just like the local colors. I mean, it's like a typical red for the lumberjack, right? Maybe he has orange hair. Is that gonna conflict too much? With this shirt. So these are just local colors, right? He could have orange hair, or we can give him like brown. Yeah, maybe brown contrasts a little bit better. And what do you reckon? Blue. Blue overalls and pants. Kind of standard though. Maybe he's a little bit more saturated maybe. Have I used color lookup before? I haven't. What's that? You give me all the tools today. In that situation where the orange hair doesn't fit the background, how do I make it work if a certain character have a hair color or outfit that doesn't match the background? Do I just force it anyway? Oh, it's completely up to you. This is because this isn't a pre-existing character. This is just really just an illustration I'm working on, so it doesn't matter too much. But I could make the orange hair work. Might just have to be a bit clever with the lighting. Or something like that. So I don't really have a solid answer for you there. But if the character had orange hair, it's and I think this is what a lot of like character designers are for, right? They got to think about all this stuff in different scenarios. What is going to work well? What's going to look weird? What's going to clash? You know, like there's a lot more to it than just painting cool stuff. From what I imagine. I'm not like a working character designer or anything, but that's what I'd imagine. Flatten the image. Okie dokie. Oh, I'm just trying to find where all my layers are. It's looking a little bit too high key at the moment, so I think we could play around with that. Make sure this is feeling better. But if we go, what am I looking for? Yep, that here. Okay, so actually I should really group it. No. It's got both of those in it, does it? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so then what? So flatten your image and go to image adjust. Image. Color lookup. Color lookup. Load LUT. Oi, hello. That's cool. Just for like ideas, definitely. Ooh. It's like moody, like a storm's coming. I like this, dude. Then you got night. Oh, night from day. That's wicked. That's so cool. And what? Whoa. Abstract. Lightness increase, lightness decrease, sepia tone. Oh, it's like a photo. Like, oh, remember that time that where we first met? That's awesome. Thanks so much for that, man. That's wicked. I will be using that for sure. Let's Oh, you legend blissful. I hope you get a ton out of it when you do get it. Thun guns. By the way, if I do rendered grayscale painting multiply mode, put local colors on layer below, will that work well? If I do rendered grayscale painting, I'll put them on top. But they should work the same, pretty much the same, I think. Alright, let's add some color to old mate Alien here. So do we want him blue? I've been in a sort of blue mood recently since Avatar. But maybe that's a bit on the nose. Maybe this kind of thing. And his creepy little hands are purple. Teeth, that's fine. Now, what is his little spaceship color gonna be? Is it gonna be like fully reflective? And even his gun, see, this is where we need some reference. I'm just gonna lay in some colors just to start. Just so we got something. Kind of does look like Thanos, doesn't it? Oh no. Less Thanos. Maybe he's got some like markings on his head or something to make it more interesting. You might have to load 3D LUT and you can cycle through them. For some reason, you can have more loaded in Photoshop. Oh, interesting. You got color and harmony. Awesome. Cool, I'll have to check that out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I thought of that when I saw it in this whatever menu in here. Yeah, definitely, Mark. Mini Thanos, yeah. The Snapper 5000. Thanos. Yeah, maybe some braids and blue skin. Crazy. And then this isn't like a pipe, it's like a tail. Avatar, yeah. All right, now I've got to think about what would be like a cool color for, like maybe we started off with this gray. Maybe we add some like accents or something. I've got not a clue. All right, what I want to do now. They're fine for now. The colors, they're not perfect. They're not where I want it to end up, probably. But what I can do now is if I Command J, change the levels. Now we could think about where's all the shadows going to be. I reckon the top down light is probably going to be better. So we can fudge that, I think. Yeah, there's almost too much stuff going on. We need to simplify these shadow shapes. maybe this guy has like little rocket boosters or something. Some indication that these are like anti-gravity sort of things. I don't know. Yeah, good idea, Duncan. I don't hate the idea of like a pink weapon or like making the weapon stand out. This has got to be like the values have got to play a part in this. I think even more so than the colors. Got to make it clear. You could even have, like, I love doing this, like playing with light. Like have him half in light, like speckled by the, or like the dappled light on him, but that could be a little bit too distracting. I don't know. Scaly alien moment. Yeah, Roger, it is for the CDQ. Character design quarterly. CMG's back. Welcome. Yeah, that's what I want in the background. Duncan, is some maybe like other lumberjacks getting picked up. The background needs a little bit of work though. It's too like bam. So we could even play with some shadows, maybe. Makes it a little bit more contrasty. You're sort of getting, you're in his world kind of thing. Add an indication maybe of some of these. I reckon what I might do, duplicate this, because I can feel myself getting too in the weeds. Too in the weeds. So duplicate it down and just paint. Maybe these trees could indicate that they're getting like pulled into this like anti-gravity vortex sort of thing. Could be a cool moment for like some leaves in the foreground. Or like they'll be blurred out maybe. Yeah, the shadows are bloody everything. It's one of these things, it's like everything is not looking good until you start to add in that dimension of like all the shadows and everything. And it's one of those things you've got to go through this process a few times to know that it's like, yeah, it'll eventually get there. It just takes some tweaking. I love this opportunity here with the shininess of his helmet, because he's just going to reflect so much of that skylight. Catch you later, Lotus. Appreciate you popping in. Roger. Will they mentor you? The music in the background is just like epidemic sound. And I just put on the streamer or streaming playlist. So it's just, yeah, the royalty free stuff that I pay for. Yeah, the digital gives you a lot of freedom. Yeah, I was thinking about him grabbing the tree, like a tree branch or something. That could be cool. Mark, I'd like to one day intuitively know what multiply does instead of guessing around. Multiply darkens things. That's what I use it for. It's always dark. Dark stuff. All right, so if I wanted to add shadows here, whoa. I'd go multiply, shadows, lots of darkness. All right. And the lighter you go in the brightness, the less effect it's going to have. Even at the brightest value, and the lowest saturation, it's going to do nothing. Right? But if we decrease the saturation, right, it's going to do a little bit, it's going to do a little bit more and a little bit more. So I play around with these. The darker, obviously, the darker the effect is going to be. But I like to always have a bit of saturation in there, just so when I'm putting in the shadows, there's something there. A little bit of a color pop. When I was doing the Last of Us piece, kind of in the middle. I think I used mainly this brush. This blurry, long blurry that I made, but you can do it with any, right? And just doing that gradual, like if I wanted to blend this in, grab a bit of this, grab that middle value, and just going back and forth. That's mainly how I did it, but I wanted to blend a little bit less on that piece. Ari, hello Uncle Ben, just joining your stream. What's going on? How are you, Uncle Ben? Duncan, I've never been watching a live stream like this. It's pretty awesome, I have to say. You come up with more ideas when you're not doing it yourself. No, I appreciate it. Look, you guys are helping me out as well. It's like a win-win-win. Very good one, Thungun's Google. I was like, damn, you know your color modes. Yeah, don't get me started on the dodge modes. Thanks, Ray. Good to have you here. Yeah, Duncan, you're helping us out. No, I don't usually do the Fibonacci sequence. I'm kind of iffy on that. I don't know why. It feels a little bit like it kind of works. It kind of could not. I don't know. This is where like some texture might come in just to start playing, because this is still like thumbnail mode. So I might go over the top with, I don't know, like overlay maybe. And just lighten it right up. Get like a played kind of feel to his. Oh, and the music stopped. We've hit the end of the road. We might just replay it. Back to the top. Oh, there we go. Big brain thumb guns moment. I'd love to get a bit of this feel in it as well. So let's see. Got to stay zoomed out. Yeah, I have seen Albanese. I think. Thank you, Thumb Guns. I appreciate you. I believe he's. Oh, I just had a little idea of having the grass sort of flick out this way from his little jetpack things. I believe he uses Infinite Painter with that one particular brush that I wish Photoshop had. Duncan, do you plan on ever selling your own brush packs? I do like how you are clearly doing this as a business as well. Yeah. I don't know. I want to... I'd most likely put brush packs up for free. Because there's honestly not too much value I can bring to the brush pack world. At least not yet. So if I do make any brushes, I'll put them up for free, but add the sort of option to donate. But I know some people, they make an absolute killing from brush packs. Like, it's crazy. I've also heard of some people where they just give them out for free, and just in donations alone, like it like pays their rent. Like, it's crazy. Or more than pays their rent. Yeah, kind of like a crop circle, almost how like when helicopters land, or like they come down on like grass, it just like flicks out. Please also make it available for Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, that's another thing. I've got to figure out how to... If I was going to do a brush pack of some sort, it'll probably be very minimal. But mind you, I've been experimenting with brushes more and more recently, which has been fun. So there's... Yeah. Lots of fun things in the pipeline. But yeah, unfortunately, brush packs are probably on the bottom of that list. Oh, Sugar Beats, you can't sleep. What time is it going to be over there now? I appreciate it, Sugar Beats. Aloki thought Albanese was using lasso tool constantly, but there was texture. Yeah, you could do it all with a lasso tool. And then add the texture after. But nah, there's this particular brush, the fill brush in Infinite Painter. That's sick. Oh, okay, it's not too bad. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be, time-wise, Sugar Beats. Duncan, honestly, reputation in the art world is everything. And I love how you are giving back, sharing the knowledge. Brush packs were a bad example. No, not a bad example at all. But no, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. It's good fun. This helps me out just as much as I hope it helps others out as well. Very, very good fun. And yeah, I love the business side of it as well. Like figuring out how to create products and things that are just like, yeah, as high quality as I can do them. Working on a course at the moment for stylization, which is fun. Cannot wait to show you guys. So it'll be like a proper course. Speaking of brushes, you can lock all the settings of a brush you like and then it can be used testing on other brushes. Nice one. So I'm assuming you do that through like these little lock icons. I haven't played too much around with that, which could actually help because I oftentimes go back and forth with brushes and then I have to redo the settings quickly to get it feeling the way I want it to. Random question, have you ever seen big spiders? They live amongst us. You got the biggest is probably the huntsman spider. It'll get probably like that big with its like legs out, something like that. You can get like huge ones that like dinner plate sort of size. They're kind of rare, but they're pretty decent size, but they're harmless. They're not going to hurt you. Kyle Webster has a lasso fill thing out, and Sergey is going to be dropping something even better for Photoshop soon. Oh, sick. I'll be picking that up. The thing with brushes, like I don't want to be reliant necessarily on brushes. That's a potential trap I can see myself falling into, is having like a play around with a lot of these brushes and brush packs and then being reliant. That could be just a personal hang up of mine though. So just playing around with different lighting effects here. Could this guy feel more interesting because he's got flames coming out of his shoes or whatever they are? I don't know. But everything, so I still want everything leading back up to the story, right? So maybe even a little fiery bits here and there, sort of. I'm making a bloody job for myself, so I'll tell you what. But the ideas just keep coming. I can't help it. Do you see them a lot? Oh, I didn't know they are harmless. Yeah. Yeah, they live, like you see them. There was one the other day, like crawling on my wall, like a baby one, but the baby one was like that big-ish. So there's one in here probably. But yeah, they're always in the house. I had one in my undies once when I was about to put them on. Scared the shit out of me. But yeah, they like to hide in places that you don't want them to be. Big spiders, I'm shaking in my socks. Yeah, Duncan. Yeah, that's the trap I don't want to fall into. They're a means to an end. They're either going to make me more efficient, or give a particular texture that I want, that I could replicate if I was to do it manually. But then, yeah, I guess making me more efficient. That's kind of what I want them for. Not to sort of replace anything. Yep, I can see that. One day draw a spider. That day is today. There you go, Sugar Beats, drew the spider. They say, yeah, they hide in shoes, definitely. Yeah, you do have to, if you've left your shoes outside for a little bit too long. Good idea just to give them a clap before you put them on. Yeah, I want to make this sky look still a little bit airy, so I might keep the top of that. Alright, let's value it out. See, we're losing this guy in the background. So that's a good thing to know. He's nice and clear on the background, at least at the moment. So this guy, we can do a couple of things. We can probably darken him up, I reckon. This is nice doing it loose to begin with, so it's not super, I'm not stressed about getting it right up front. That didn't do fuck all, did it? Oh, it's better. Better than what it was. So let's even see what we can do. Have him in shadow. Maybe part in shadow. Now there's something as well. that. I mean, he looks a lot clearer. Not his actual forms at the moment, but he looks a lot clearer from the background, which is good. Or better. There's something like with exposure. Something to think about. So what are we exposing for? Are we exposing for the shadows or the lights? I think we probably should expose for the shadows because he's going to be in shadow. It's a kind of a tricky topic that I haven't completely wrapped my head around. All right, okay, I'll put it in there somewhere. There you go. Okay, you fed huge deer. See, that's so cool. Why shouldn't you feed the animals? Is it sort of not, you don't want them to get used to get like too comfortable around humans? The visor and glint on the glass. Yeah, I want to play around with that even more because just understanding reflections just a tad. We'll probably see a little bit of him, like his reflection there, so we can play with that a lot. This is looking messy as, but if we zoom out, it looks pretty, it looks clearer. Like it's getting there from where it was. Like there, it looks a little, it's okay. We could also do another thing. We could even have like a more foliage or like a bush come out to sort of frame him a little bit better. But that, no, I don't like that. Let's duplicate this and try that selective color or that other color mode. Color lookup, that's the one. What are we looking? That's kind of cool. That's like apocalyptic-y, which is kind of cool. That's way out there. Crisp winter. Edgy amber. I don't hate that either. That could actually make the colors pop. It gives the whole vibe of not. The thing is, I don't imagine that you would take this literally. You just use it as some like inspiration. Like, yeah, I like that as well. Horror blue. The moonlight's wicked. The moonlight is wicked because then we could do this in moonlight. But I mean, why is he going to be chopping shit in the moonlight? Doesn't really make sense. Tension green. I mean, that's one way. That's one colorway. Let's lock that so I'm not moving that about the place. Let's try another. Let's group them. See, I've not done this before. This is cool. Clip that mask. Thank you. I mean, there's something cool and moody about that, for sure. Like, all the values are fucked up now, but it's... I'm just going to do that one, because that's like a kind... Cool thing is you could reduce how much it actually puts on it. Oh, actually, I didn't get our original. So this is our original base with more local, more local colors. What was it? Edgy amber. That's cool. I like that. But I want it to be more colorful. So we can maybe just... I mean, even that makes it look more like sunset-y even, you know? Just that hint of it, like 20%. So that's nothing. So that's daylight. We could even do this, then use the mask to bring back some of that blue sky. On that side, so you see more sunset. And then we could even do just straight up paint. What I might like to do is maybe even darken it down. Even just like a little, or even like flatten the values a tad. To give me a bit more room to play. So the contrast is really low at the moment, but now I can push this further by, say, coming here and saying, okay, the light source and maybe not. This is what this is all about. Then it does come back to that question of exposure. Are we exposing for the lights or the darks? We've got to expose for the darks because they're going to be in shadow-ish. Maybe there's a possibility of having that tree cast a bit of a shadow on him, like some visual interest. I don't know if that's a bit too much. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, then we got to think about the scene as a whole. Maybe there's trees like going back in space, back this way, that we don't see. So then they are actually casting a shadow, which could put some of these brighter like things along the path or something. And then that could give us an excuse to then do some dappled light in here. Overall, mate. Nah, it's too much weirdness going on. Would have to simplify it. I don't know. I think it's break time, even just to get caught up in chat. The cutout filter. Oh my Lanta. Got so many things to play with. It shows how like bare bones I am with it. Alright, let's try the cutout filter. I'm assuming it's in filter gallery. I think I might have actually. Very briefly. Huh. That's cool looking, because that's kind of what I'm thinking about. One thing I have found as well, I don't know if you play around with threshold at all. So that can actually show you how clear your subjects are. Right, so he's clear at the moment. This guy isn't at all. Right, so that can kind of show where some mistakes are composition wise. Got that one from Sam Nielsen. He did a talk. I can't remember where I saw it. Oh, that's cool, Duncan. Do your best. This is wicked. That's very true, Mark. There is no logic in this. Klutzy, it does. It gives that like ominous sort of feeling to it. Have I ever seen a giant centipede? I have not. Thank goodness. Yeah, Duncan, it's a habit I'm trying to get into, because story's kind of everything, right? Like you can make pretty pictures, but if there's no story, it's like, Drink water. Hey, great to see you again. You were curious about something. Okay, for something to ask. So I'm not entirely sure your question. How much depending workflow has to be on straight references to do that stuff? So who are you talking about? Simon Stallenhug. This is the thing. I might know exactly who you're talking about, but the name just doesn't. I just can't place the name. Simon. Yeah, there you go. Already follow him. Sorry, so how much? Are these paintings or photographs? These are photographs, I think. Yeah. No, these are photographs. So Simon Stallenhag, maybe Art Station. Art, there we go. Oh yes, I know exactly who you're talking about. This is like such an inspiration. This kind of stuff, I love it. I love it. This one I can like think back to this and be like, yep. So yeah, references I'm sure would be huge, but at the same time, like he could use, say for example, if he wants this sort of lighting setup, which I don't hate for what I'm trying to do here, but he might get a reference. This is the thing, I don't know. I've not seen any tutorials of his or whatever. Pause for dogs. Okay, they're a bit quieter. But yeah, I'm almost guarantee he'll be using references. Do your best, Duncan. If you can tell me your tips, you've given me like 3 or 4 key ones today, so that's fantastic. His work is sort of, yeah, it is graphical reduction as well. It's so cool. I know people hate AI art, but I see so many cool stuff with it. I like AI art. Hi, dogs. Yeah, that's cool. Nothing wrong with that. You can like what you like. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Oh, no way. Ian. Yep. So cool. John Park. Oh my goodness. All right, we're doing a break at the moment. John Park art would be the one. Yeah, wow. Yeah. And I'm following him. See? I would know the art. I just sometimes the name escapes me. Drum Park has a Simon Stylised tutorial. Is this on YouTube? Okay. I'll keep this up here for later reference. All right, so what am I doing? If you can grab two of your different colored versions. All right, let's take this one. And let's take this one. Put them on top of each other. This is like alchemy. And then if you turn around, click your fingers 3 times, then it's done. Imagine. Oh, it's on his Gumroad. Sick, sick, sick. Then on the top layer, left click on the thumbnail. Okay, so this is the top layer. Double left click. Okay. Now, what's next? I don't want to be rude. I'm really hungry. This is an ASMR. Alright, so I've double clicked. I'm waiting for your orders, Duncan. Waiting. So let's have a look at John Park's Gumroad while we wait. Gumroad. Intro to painting landscapes. Well, hello. This is going straight into my art notes. Landscapes and environments. John Park, create that. Bam. Saved forever. Okay, so where were we at? Play with the sliders. Blend if. Oh, blend if sliders, okay. Oh, get the fuck out of here. What? That's freaking cool as hell. I never even thought to touch these things. They're too scary looking. Blend of grey, red. Oh, dude. Look at that. Huh. That's so cool. Oh, we can get even more control. Okay, I'm going back there. Oh, dude, so it's not so harsh? Hell yeah, because I still wanted some of that blue sky. So we can have a little bit of the best of both worlds kind of thing going on. That's great, because I think this one's now better than this one alone. Awesome. I hit. Didn't I hit? Oh, while doing that. Ah, so it's like more fine grain maybe. Yeah, sick, dude. Okay, I should call this the Photoshop tips stream. This is awesome. Yeah, so this reads better. It's a mix between this one and this one as to what, if we go black and white. I mean, they are pretty similar values wise, but he pops out more on this one. So if I can, let's have a look. Do some finagling with him. Why I'm not using my tablet and I'm using my mouse now, I don't know, but I'm on break. I'm still on a break. Levels. Now the colors are going to be all out of whack. So that one to me is the clearest of them all. Mirror. So, and the colors don't look terrible. Dude, that's helped out a ton. Now if we threshold it, all right, let's save this group for sure. So it's a flat boy. And then we can try that little threshold trick. Is a little bit more. Could play around with we could use his little thrusters to kind of light up this area a little bit. Use it as a tool to bring his silhouette out a tad. Maybe. Could be something, I don't know. And even sharpen this. This highlight in here. Can make him pop out even more. I think I have little like wispy bits. Like little embers. Why is this not coming over here? Sort of floating out of here as well. Maybe, I don't know, it seems like there's a little bit too much going on maybe. Are you pen tablet gang or one of us? Oh no, I'm looking straight at my screen. So are you talking about like a screen tablet? Nah, this is technically can be used as a screen tablet, but I don't use it as a screen tablet because it's not high res enough for me. But I keep saying this until it happens. Wacom, you want to do a partnership of some sort for that 21-inch, 27-inch behemoth? I'm here. But no, I'm looking at my monitor. All right, so what I wanted to also do, how do we do chromatic aberration in Photoshop? Sebastian, welcome, welcome. Is the one with the guy and the blood in the snow. Awesome. I'll make note of that. 99 Midnight Gamer. I wish I was this. Watch along and you'll get there, but you got to practice. That's right, Midnight Gamer. It takes time. Just a lot of patience. Thank you, Blissful. Baha, can I ask why do you use the mask for some of your layers? It's just a speed thing. And it helps me sort of keep inside the lines. That's it, really. There's no other real reasons for it. Yeah, so chromatic aberration. I want to play with this. Yeah, big thing. Drawing things that are fun, Sugar Beats. That are fun to you. Makes all the difference. Getting good at thumbnails for my gaming channel. Awesome. Fantastic. I appreciate it, Duncan. It's getting there. These thumbnails and your tips have helped a lot. Catch you later, Sugar Beach. You have a good night. Oh, yeah, all right. Yeah, send us one through. That'd be good, Duncan. Because I literally just want it for... like maybe like spinning around that sort of gravity thing. That's one thing when I was deep in coding tutorial land. Some of them would actually send me to sleep. Like I had my computer in front of me and I was just like, and I love this stuff as well, so it was kind of annoying because I wanted to learn, and then I'd fall asleep for bloody 3 hours. I'm like, fuck. Very, very frustrating. Yeah, it's here. All right, break time, because I thought I said I was going to have a break before, but I didn't really. I'm liking the feel of this. This is feeling cool. This is a good little thumbnail, or a little bit more of a... I might go for another half an hour or more. Alrighty. Just getting a quick chromatic aberration action. There you go. Duncan just sent that through to you. For main shape painting, do you just use your hard brush? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's it. The harder the shapes, the easier it is to move things about and see where things could be better. Like if you look back here, like these trees are literally just super simple shapes. I mean, there's even sketches back there as well. So it's, yeah, keeping it super duper simple. It'd be cool to find out that Sugar Beets put on coding tutorials and then wound out loving them and becoming an expert coder instead of falling asleep. That can happen as well. That's the danger of putting on tutorials to go to sleep. How do you brand yourself as an artist on social media? I really want to start sharing my work. Any advice? It's going to sound annoying, but just start sharing your stuff. and don't necessarily think about brand or anything like that to begin with. Put your thoughts, your ideas, the way that you do things, and put it out there. That is your brand, and that'll sort of, and you don't know what you're gonna like doing necessarily from a content side of things until you do it. Because I have just as much fun like editing the videos and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, honestly, just start sharing, because your future self is going to thank you for it. If you started, I mean, if you started sharing like 6 months ago, you'd probably be happy that you did it rather than not, if that's your goal, right? So just get cracking with it. Hey, that could be a comic idea. I'll do that soon, but the idea is up for grabs because I'm generous. I got a script from the web for applying adjustment layers to layers below, but it stops if there's any hidden layers amongst them below the layers. Can it be made to ignore them? Huh, interesting. I don't know. I don't know. It only works on a flat image. Right, okay. That's alright. I'll tweak it and I'll have a play. Now this log needs to look more like a log, but still staying zoomed out. Or like a stump. Kind of looks a bit out of place. Looks just kind of put there. So I'm going to be careful about that. You got to mess around with the channels or something. So no, you can't do that on an individual layer, probably. Annoying. Yeah, the tricky part's going to be making this look like a gravity effect rather than like a thing. So maybe we can use elements like glass, to kind of emulate it, like think of it as if it was glass, so it's going to have all sort of distortions and whatever. We have it like grab onto his leg, kind of like it's got a mind of its own sort of thing. True, I struggle with sharing as well because I don't feel content with my art when I finish it. There's always that, yeah, I could have done this better, the light. Yeah, me too. Me too. Like even posting that one yesterday, I look at it now and I'm like, oh, I wanted to do this. That's never going to end, I don't think. It hasn't ended for me. There's very, very seldom is there a piece that I share that I'm like actually really happy with. The way I see it is just like, okay, cool, bury it. Bury that one with the next one and learn from it. And just keep going down that route. Don't worry about like deleting it. Don't worry about doing anything like that. Just keep progressing, keep getting better. And that's like a good motivation to like push it further and further down your profile if you're not happy with it. There's an even better way of doing that. You go into File, Scripts, and there is Delete All Empty Layers. And I'll do that every now and then. Yeah, I did forget my break. Actually, I might just sort of have the break and then go off into the sunset with this one. Because I've got a bunch of stuff to do. I want to finish this freaking YouTube. I'm finishing off the thumbnail today. And then hopefully posting it tomorrow. So that is the plan. But I'll take my break and kind of, yeah, we'll finish it here. I'm going to have to do some of this off stream just to hit the deadline because I've got to think about tutorial wise, what to leave in, what to leave out. But yeah, I think this is like one of the more important parts. It's like, how do I, have everything fit and feel like it's like cohesive without using a buzzword. But yeah, just make it feel like stuff's meant to be there, you know? as I say, I'm gonna stop. Look at me. This is a compulsion. This is a. I can't help myself. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so bloody fun figuring this stuff out. Crazy noise. Oh, cool. I helped you out. Fantastic. Yeah, that's a nice little shortcut. Yeah, can't wait to get it out, Blissful. Again, it's like what we're talking about with the social posts. I feel like I can always do better and blah, 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 but it's fine. It's good enough for the first one. Just get it going. Get the momentum happening. I've done no work today, but that was such a blast joining you for this. It was great to have you, my friend. Great to have you. As I said, this is really, really enjoyable for me. So thank you to everyone that sort of popped in. We'll continue this guy, or these guys. Let's see where we came from. So we started off with this, right? And what could be interesting as well, actually, even cropping this in even more. So it shows, so there's less of a background, maybe. I just want to try that quickly. What does cropping this in look like? Right, and then we come through and reveal old mate Zappy Pants over here. It could be cool. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a little bit too. There's something there. That's right. Undo. Ooh. Gotta stop. A question to answer after the break. I'll answer it now because there's not going to be an after. Are you inspired by any other art education pages? So probably Aaron Blaze is a good one. Who else? It's just because I was watching his stuff last night. Oh, he's top of mind. I really like Ethan Becker from the character and simplification of things. He's really, really good. And his way of doing videos is really funny. There's so many. I mean, you got Lucas Penoir. I can't remember his last name, but Lucas Penoir. I mean, Christian Nee from his podcast, and he's going to be doing some more art-related things. Highly recommend checking him out. Even for like throwing one of his podcasts on with, say, like Ahmen Aldoori or Cynics. There you go, Ahmen Aldoori, Cynics. But he's done interviews with those guys. So Christian Nee on YouTube. Throwing them in the background is very inspiring. And yeah, like just those are just the ones off the top of my head, but there's so many. There's so many. Nah, Duncan, no stress, not at all. I was asking questions. That's what it is. No stress whatsoever. Like, thank you for helping me out with some of these tools and techniques. It's wicked. It's going to help me out a ton. Mark of art. There you go. Huge inspiration. Nah, but look, all right, I'll leave it there. It's winding to an end. My brain's getting a little bit frazzled. But yeah, I want to get a little bit of this in here, a little bit of that painterly stuff. Some of those darks against the lights. Anyway, no, stop. I'm getting into it. Thank you again, everyone. I will, Lucas Pandor, that's the one. Thank you, Ray. I really like Ahmen Aldoori. Oh, man. All right, everyone. On that note, I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you very much for popping in and joining me on this. We'll get there. I'm going to be doing some more work on this as we go in my own time, because I've got to hit a deadline. But I reckon we got somewhere. Started off simple. Always good to start off really simple. Testing out ideas. Keeping it small, keeping it loose. So when we do the final, it's going to speed up our workflow tenfold, I reckon. Big time. Cool. All right. Catch you later, everyone.